yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Good morning, everybody. All right, hold on. The live audio going. Okay. Crap. Okay, that was weird. It's disconnected there for a second. All right. DDoS. No, the fucking OBS went out. It's fine now. All right. Ding ding. Sorry I'm late. Ew. Oh my. Sorry, Miguel Obama. I can hear your Windows notifications. Haven't you always been able to? Yes. Okay. So we have a new microphone. I hope anybody with previous audio issues can now hear the stream better. If not, too fucking bad. What'd you get? I got a Shure XL MB7 something. Yes, biter. New mic ASMR. Although, apparently I'm a bit tinny. SM7B. That sounds right. Sure. Raise the gain slightly. I don't know if I could raise the gain anymore. There. I've turned it up. Happy New Year. Smash the like button. Let's get this shit started off right. Raise the gain but reduce 8K by 3 decibels. I don't know what that means. Properties? Like that? Maybe I just bring that down. AMD looking juicy. Yes, it is. AMD doing the bounce. Thank fucking God. I hope this price action keeps up and I make back the $300 I lost. But yeah, it looks good. Fucking son of a bitch. Spy just ripping. Um, had a very nice pre-market. Tested 178. Tesla actually going to the moon, by the way. Elon announced crazy earnings over the weekend. I don't think anybody was actually going to get in on this, but because it happened after our close on Friday. High resistance is like 1150, but it could push all the way up to like 250 in the next couple days. Or 1250. Happy Money wants to do a collaboration with you. I have no idea who that is. CSAT, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson. Well, Mike's on well, fuck you, A user. Alright. Try to go out and make things nice for you. And this is the thanks I get. Holy God, that was loud. I'll turn it down. Why was it so loud? I didn't even change that. Okay. I'll turn the music volume down. I'll turn my mic volume up. Does it show what date JPM calls are for? Never. If you had $400 you didn't care about, hypothetically, where would you YOLO it? Right back into my wallet. What sort of sultry things do you want me to whisper, Taylor? Thoughts on December 31st LIBOR changes to SOFR? Probably won't affect us too much. Or it will. I sent you a Ko-Fi. Happy New Year. Garrison. First Ko-Fi of the new year. Reading your daily. It looks like we're diamond handing those Feb 18th through December ETF FTDs. No worries. Retail's used to it at this point. You're not wrong, Garrison. Retail is excellent at diamond handing things. Is XRT just ripping hard? No. Okay. It's calmed down a little. I'll go ahead and get this junk out of the way. This is the best price action we've had all year. Her. Yeah. Thank you. Well, Tesla just broke 1150. Yes, it did. What do you think about BlackRock shedding most of their GME positions? They haven't. And most of them were shed during the ETF rebalance. But they still have like 5 million shares, I think. And what they've shed, Vanguard's picked up, so I'm too smooth to understand your chart post on SS this morning. Can you elaborate further on expected windows to the most price action this month, where the ETF FTDs overlap with other ETF FTDs? Miguel Obama. Yeah, we could talk about the daily DD for a second. The XRT flow looks to be predictive of FTDs the same as it was last year. ETF FTDs are high. Uh, Institutional ownership looks like it's shifting net long on GameStop, which is extremely bullish. Following that signal from JPM, you can see that like the majority of the primes have shifted to longer or net long positions. With very little to no put hedging. They've shed their puts. So full bull. XRT starts to get reg showed on the 6th of this month, so Thursday, which could begin to be a catalyst for GameStop. We'll see. Last year, XRT's thresholding didn't come until the February run. This year it may be a bit sooner. Well, it is sooner. There's no question. Yes, XRT still on reg show. Cat ripping. I'm aware. It's glorious. Full bull. What's an ETN? And it's an exchange traded note. It's more like a bond versus like an ETF. What does thresholding mean exactly? Starting at T plus 13, the T date FTDs will be force settled each day for every day after until the fund is removed from the reg show threshold list. Thanks, Dime. Never gonna stream with Cores and Trey. Pretty much guaranteed. Do you see the 950 put GME options for 120.23 going for 80,000 for one contract? What the fuck? People, the question is, are people buying them? I feel like the answer is maybe. Okay. Yes. I mean, they're very, very deep in the money. I don't understand why someone would buy them. There could be arbitrage. It just means more pressure on the shorts. Also, you know, it's not like if a stock is ripping, institutions are paper handing, right? DDS up 5%. I'm aware. It's doing crazy things. Bid-ask spread is still just stupid, though. I did want to put in an order for this. That's the wrong date. Still looking at an entry on the evening of the 5th or morning of the 6th. Yes. It can have more of an effect in creation than it's waiting. The creation baskets can be like majority GME, right? So yes, while a squeeze on the ETF itself would only affect GameStop as it is weighted, the FTDs can be heavily GameStop. Can I, which thing would you like me to explain? Kosei Takahashi. Probably Ben, or you're looking at the wrong threshold list. No idea how much XRT they're gonna have to buy back. It hit like 560% short interest. Spy dead. Doing some sellings. Probably bounce soon. Maybe. Yeah, DDS Chakiseki is the one that I was looking at. Not DDS1. How many shares of GME are in XRT? I thought it was very little. It doesn't mean that the creation isn't heavily weighted towards GameStop. They're moving against our interests. No more HODL, not FUD, just wondering. I mean, if what we think about retail ownership of the float is true, it won't matter, right? So does buying XRT help GME by adding pressure? It adds pressure. Clearing the FTDs from XRT should add even more. So based on your position on 2 GME shares on a scale of 1 to bigly, how think January will be like? How do you think January will be like? What? 318, 22, 110. I'm not looking at 110. I feel like those are too far out of the money. I love it when Jimmy is too illiquid to drop with the spy. He's asking if we moon in Jan or not. It's looking good. It's looking very, very good. This, however, is not. foreign markets. Shanghai Hang Seng down 0.5. 53 basis points. Looks like I'm going to get a much lower entry on the SPY than I was considering. Did we ever have a short hedge fund insider speak out last year? Pretty sure there must be high-level meetings with government officials at all about what to expect. No, I don't think so. Does the DTCC force close threshold securities? Force settle the FTDs. What do you think about Evergrande being halted again? We'll see. Things appear a little volatile today. Yeah, they should be. Interesting. Ooh. Visa 220s. Palantir at the $18 support again. Nice entry. It is. Not that it'll ever be worth a lot more than that, but it is a nice entry. You seriously overestimate government entities if you think they're on top of things. Yeah, I agree. What would be a comfortable Feb April call ratio for you? I mean, I only have 10 calls for April. I just bought them because they were exceptionally cheap on the dip. Could you summarize it and explain it briefly? I already did, Kose, earlier. You can just rewind the stream. Since the new year started, how does it affect the hedgies? I think we'll see more institutional ownership pickup in the new year. So they're not carrying the position forward a year. You're leaning towards Feb's or March calls. Feb's. Also, the exposure date is for Gen 21. Which the exposure date's for the 25th. Are you talking about the leap exposure? That's on the, well, the expiration for the expected gamma is on the 21st. But we shouldn't see a lot of effect from that until the 25th. Still into the 6th to pick up more Febs. 5th, but yes. Finally, MOASS. If MOASS could possibly take weeks, do you think Feb 18 would be enough to encapsulate the whole price action? If you have super deep in the money calls, Mr. Homie, you can just roll them forward, you know. I hope so. I think we have some upside potential this week, Jen. So yeah, I don't think 160 is out of the question. Thoughts on DDS leaps at 300? Good luck getting a fill. AMD versus Nvidia. Which one do you see from more beneficial for the long term? I mean, a bit different, but I think AMD has far more room for growth than Nvidia does. How do far out of the money calls reduce pressure on MMs and hedgies? How would they reduce pressure? They don't. They just don't really affect them at all if they're super far out of the money and have like no delta value. If that delta value goes up, then it puts pressure on them. Also, Gen 6 is big because XRT goes on the threshold list. Yes, it's not big necessarily because of that, but it could increase the buy pressure on GameStop. Like, if this is our buy pressure on GameStop normally, hold on. Sure, Epic Pen's working. So, you know, if this is normally our buy pressure on GameStop, and then we have GME FTDs, ETF FTDs. Right? Like, so they increase the baseline buy pressure essentially. And so, like, you know, XRT being reg showed will increase the buy pressure from ETF FTDs, which means it's harder to suppress the price. Also, no more shorting through XRT is not good for them. They like to use that ETF a lot. What you guess? Our lowest point will be before we get a run 145. Do you just wait till Thursday because of theta? Yeah, I'm just waiting until Thursday because of theta, and I don't expect a significant amount of price improvement. Wasn't rolling a contract over cause a wash sale? No, because the contract you're buying is different. Will you be buying weeklies prior to the 25th? Probably, to some degree. Or that MOASS could take at least 2 more years. I really hope not. Thoughts? Yeah, I don't think so. Feeling degenerate this week per your DD and assuming sideways trading. Wait for Thursday morning for some weeklies. I wouldn't buy any weeklies. I have no intention of buying weeklies this week at all. What CSPs am I selling this week? Probably none. I expect volatility to be kind of high. Yes, Zach, you are correct that most of the MSM articles are designed in an effort to keep new investors out, not to get the ones that are in to leave. Crap. November 26th. Clip what? Did you ever get in on NES? No. Here's DFV. Should we pick him up? Mm. The fuck? That's weird. I've got 3 contracts, 165 Jan 28th, 210 Feb 18, 200 Feb 18. They're all down 60%. Thoughts? I'm bummed out. I would love to average down considering a small loan to get 1 or 2 more Febs. I'd never recommend investing borrowed money. They're down now, but they have plenty of time to go up. Any thoughts on 950 puts 12023 being $80,000? Not really. I mean, they're super deep in the money, so you'd expect them to be kind of expensive. XRT ripping. Can you check updated volume? MW only shows 450K. 938,000 currently. Almost a million volume. And yeah, it's kind of ripping. Why is the SPY tanking? It didn't. It recovered. It's chopping. Motherfucker. Well, that was a good fill. What the fuck? So I just put in a order on this DDS 340. Look. Nothing like buying an option and then it immediately being 20% up. Stonks. Exactly. AMD's moving hard. This is good. Now it's down 7%. It's just the bid ask spread is so wide. So the prime broker is exiting short put positions. Why wouldn't the price go up? Are you not looking at the same chart I am? The price is going up. How fast do you want it to go up? Quickly, I'd imagine. Myrna dead. It's not looking fucking good, Victor. It might be bouncing. Let me see. Yeah, it could be bouncing here. Although I wouldn't say this looks super bullish. Oh my god, my AMD calls are actually going to make me money. Yes. Glorious. Does he know he's silent? I'm not silent. Jesus fucking Christ. What does the movement on such low volume mean? I mean, they have FTDs today from November 26th. They're FTDs and they're net short, I believe. Yeah, the DDS options are going to be super volatile. XRT looks great. Little failure. Let's see if this continues to push up. Oh, you filled on a DDS option? I Dunstan was saying last night that it might be that the market maker has just given up writing contracts on it. Like no one's making a market for DDS because it's probably just gonna squeeze. Can you show the overlay to GME from last year? Are we far off? Thanks. Have it here? I would say that we're not. I wouldn't say that our price action is like unexpected right now. We're still fairly flat. We could see some price improvement throughout this week. Oh shit, I don't have it open. Hold on. There we go. So let me change the color on this so we can see it better. Is that better? Bring to the front. Let's do blue. No, blue's hard to see. Red? No, green. These are terrible color choices. Maybe like that. There we go. So yeah, we're in this period. We do have some upside potential. I think looks like after Jan 5th. This is January 5th. So Wednesday. It looks like there's a little bit of movement after Wednesday before we get to our ETF FTD date. Like our first big ETF FTD date. Are we on track? A little bit, but not. I would say that the range is not the same. XRT volume already at 50% from daily average, 45 minutes into market open, bullish, yes. The table of primes changing their position. Did your quants check that against other memes, Fang, or is it GME or is it broader? DDS is one that sparked some interest. I know B of A increased their position by 213%. Rentec bought in. There was a couple more. Insiders keep buying it. So that's kind of bullish. What do you think of the upcoming financial cyber attack narrative that's being pushed? No idea. What do you expect XRT to turn around? I doubt. It's going to consolidate a little and probably keep pushing up. How likely is it GME goes up to 300 due to fundamentals in the next 2 years? Depends on announcements. I mean, if GameStop doesn't say anything, then no. But if they start releasing products and expanding their e-commerce business, we could see significant gains in GameStop's market cap as it moves towards being a technology company. Are they covering to avoid Reg Show? Possibly. I mean, they're already on Reg Show, so do you have Ko-Fi's on? I do. Are they not popping up on the stream? Sorry. Happy New Year's, my man. May 2022 bring us all absolutely stupid amounts of attendees, Riku, and praise be thy lady view up. Thank you, view up, Dan Seifel. I appreciate it. Happy New Year's, dude. Do you have a Persian princess? Haha. Is DDS going to be the NES squeeze play lesson like Spurt? Maybe. I mean, I just have one contract on here, so probably not super exciting. I'll just sell it. Do you expect XRT to run more, or would you exit positions off this run and buy more GME Febs this week? I expect XRT to run quite a lot more. Look at your AMD printing. I know, it's got to make up a $300 deficit first. What's your channel recommended? Why isn't your channel recommended? I had to search for your channel to find it. I don't know. I'm probably shadow banned. I curse a lot and say terrible things. I have 250K. Should I put down towards a house for my family or give it a special Ko-Fi account? Yeah, don't do that. Do you have a Persian princess? I've seen cartoon evidence. Oh no. Oh god. I think I know what you're talking about. I put that money into XRT this morning, and I'm glad I did. Congratulations, Jeff the Privileged. Which option chain on DDS? Just DDS, not the DDS Trust chain. Rentec sold all their GME and bought more AMC. They just move in and out of plays. They don't hold anything for a long period of time. I got to fill on DDS Feb 340C and up $180 immediately. Nice. That's because it's pricing the ask. And the bid ask spread is very, very wide. I bought some 121 490Cs on DDS for 0.25 20 minutes ago. Now trading at 255. Unfortunately, I only bought 3 on a lark. AMD wants 150 so bad. It looks good. It's gonna have a little chop as it tries to push through. 150 tends to be a pretty important resistance lately for AMD. Did you hang on to those calls we got on Friday? Which, the AMD ones? I don't know what calls you got on Friday. Oh, the DDS ones? No. think people are doing what I suggested and selling their AMC to buy in GME, thus the price increase. I see, bipolar bear. I didn't realize you had so much influence. Jesus, fucking Tesla's up $90 today. It's ridiculous. GameStop still climbing. Looks good. Look at the 1 hour wedge on GameStop. Yeah, it's a nice breakout. Or almost a breakout? No, it's a breakout. I guess that would be more accurate. It looks good. Going from money positive to money negative every 30 seconds. Yeah. The FTD charts look more like 110. Like 110 is more likely. I just want to be in by 1.5. Big Dilly style. That's all. I just sent you the proof again. Oh boy. You're really trying to get me demonetized, aren't you? Actually, no. I, I'll fuck with Brazilian orchestras all day, Average Joe, but I'm not going to fuck with Disney. They will destroy me. How do you stay calm and not FOMO into calls right now, worrying you may get priced out? Well, Hacksaw, I'm not going to get priced out. So you lose like one call's worth of leverage or something. I mean, there's also, don't forget that theta decays as well. So it's not like they get that much more expensive. This will be the safest, smartest place to be during MOASS. Thanks and Happy New Year. This channel will be down during MOASS, Slappy Pappy America, but I appreciate the sentiment. How much money did you start out on playing options? I mean, by the time I started playing options, I'd already been trading full time for over a year. Do it. You know it will be glorious. No, I'm not fucking with Mickey Mouse. That's what the Discord's for. It's dope as fuck, and I love that Average Joe made it, but sent you a message on Discord about a week ago on PTE up 50% since. Worth a read after the stream. Okay. Can you DM me again? Because, like, my messages get buried. So it might have been something that I intended to read. Because I'm not going to stream MOASS. Get a mod to post it in the Pigeonwheel Discord. I'll just post it in the Discord. It's beautiful. I've been thinking rather than not streaming during MOASS, you could just stream elevator music where you jump on and say, "Your MOASS is very important to us. Please continue to hold." You think AMD breaks 150? Didn't it? Yeah, it's looking great. Yes, I do. AMD looks good for a nice bounce. He's trying to make money, not answer questions. What? Whose question didn't I answer? If we hold this price action, even keep moving up, is 200 possible by Jan 12th? Sure. What price does it have to be for you to stop streaming? I'm not looking for price action in order to stop streaming. If I feel that forced liquidation is occurring, I'm just gonna shut the stream down. What do you think AMC apes meltdown they're having over Fintel saying short interest was reported correctly, never 40%? That's hysterical. How are you going to identify MOASS? If the ask side of the order book gets depleted and we start gapping up, it's very simple. Is Discord DM only to members? No. As long as you're on the Discord, you should be able to DM me because I have that turned on. You don't need to be a member. MACD flashed buy on the weekly chart. Nice. Say forced liquidation slower. Can we convince you that forced liquidation is not occurring when it actually is? Probably not. Has Gert commented on DDS yet? I did yesterday, Cornub. How do you not know about it? Can I joint screen GME with what? Like, are we look at XRT or AMD? Are you BlackRock's AI named Aladdin? So you give gapping up DDS. DDS is just gonna squeeze. Okay, so like this is just gonna happen. I just tried opening a DDS Feb 380. Tastyworks is reporting DDS is currently set to closing only. Yeah, they're shutting down the options chain on it. Okay, you know what? Fuck you. Also, why do you have a zebra suitcase? I don't want to know. I want to know what goes on in your house, Moonwind. Happy New Year, Han. God, what a bullish day. XRT testing 93. We'll see. We'll see what happens today. Digital good time. I I doubt that the news will be bad. Fucking chair thief. Piece of shit. Covered call seller. Fuck you, Moonone. Zebra suitcase filled with CCs. Why wait for Jan 5-6 to buy calls if you expect the price maybe 160 by then? At 160, option stress contracts will be 30% more expensive by then based on the mid only, not bid ask. Okay. What are you setting your IV increase to on a move to 160? Happy New Year from Taiwan. Happy New Year, Mikas. Any resistances on GME that we should be paying attention to? The EMA 200 at, hold on, 166.03. Very important. Also, 162.50 is a very relevant resistance as well. 1000%. What's going on with AMD? Do I just take my profits? Or is it going to keep moving up? No, it's going to keep pushing. What a great stock. A significant part of my position is in TD. My shares cost basis just dropped to $33 from $150. Thoughts? Do you have a before and after screenshot? That's fucking strange. Big announcement on I know there's a big announcement on AMD tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to be a bad one. Lisa Su is forever a bull. Not sure, but it seems that GME was the play all along. It's a pretty solid play. You know what I mean? Thanks, JC. I'm nervous that I'm a rookie trader. I've never traded a squeeze. Any thoughts on how to prepare? I have an exit strategy. You can backtest on IBKR. You could try to play last January's run up in like a backtest simulator. Intel buying AMD news at 11. Probably announcing a smaller, faster chip. Or to use EMA instead of MA. I like to weight it more towards current price movement. When does XRT get off the reg show threshold list? When its daily FTD count drops. It could be on there forever. Overstock was on there for like 2.5 years. Real quick, is this Moana? It could be the beginning of things that make Moana. When looking at EMA resistances, what time frames are you looking at? It depends on the volatility of the underlying and the volume. You can make them faster or slower. Find out which ones work best for each given equity. Can you make the older hot tub streams available publicly for the poors? It should do that automatically. Are they not unlocking again? No one mentioned anything to me. Also, could we get some likes? Just cuz. It's good for the it's good for the oh fuck it, I don't care. Too late to get in on DDS. Not necessarily. Which backtesting website do you recommend? I think TDA is probably the best for it. Like Thinkorswim, because they have really good historical data. Feb 150 is now in the money. Feb 155 is now in the money. Congratulations, Posty. Febs are down 85% and I'm super bullish. Am I crazy? No more crazy than the rest of us. Almost zero OI and DDS calls. Yeah, I'm aware. Ew. Don't you dare. Right back up. And the fight for fucking 150 is real. Don't switch off GME. This is mass. Shut up, Moonwind. This is good, though. What kind of hurdles do you expect retail to face when MOASS happens and we try to sell? Web service outages, busy phones. How hard will selling be? Difficult. If your brokerages are diversified, hopefully you will be able to access one when others are down. No Sunday streams for like 2 months, I think. Seriously, why doesn't anybody tell me this stuff? Thanks, Trey. Unliked and liked again. Thank you. My name is DJ. This is the way. Are you glad people are happy again? We'll see how long it lasts. But yes. Sorry if I asked already. What's up with the DDS options saying NS 1500 in lieu of shares? There's a $15 a share dividend, Bob P. DDS 1 is the wrong option chain. Start fighting crime in Soho. Dude, if you've never driven through Soho, like you don't want to drive a fucking Lamborghini through there. There's the potholes are so deep the car would just fall in and never come out. 200s failed last week. This is the week. Okay, Goldman Sachs intern. How much are Feb 200s? They're not that much, I don't think. Like 10. They're up 20% today, but they're still just $1,000. put walls today. Should probably take a look. Looks like some 155 puts were sold off, and then no. Some puts sold, but yeah, no significant purchased puts. There we go. Yay! My loss on AMD is being made up very, very slowly. How bullish are you about expensive Fed 300s? I'm not buying any more Fed 300s. I have plenty, and they're down enough. I average them down on the dip, but I'm not going to buy more next or later this week. Is this the fake squeeze? No, there is no fake squeeze. I want to hear more about whale teeth for MOASS. Well, what do you want to know about them? Looking at EMAs for GME, you're looking at the 1 hour or the daily? Daily. GME doesn't have enough volume to be looking at like intraday signals. At least not right now. $218, $510? Yes or yes? EMAs are about to cross on the hourly. Yeah, that'll, if that persists, it'll cross on the daily at some point as well. Thanks, Han. Have fun at your wedding. Why are you always going to weddings? Keep an eye out for the intraday cup and handles. Very bullish. Do you anticipate them covering ETF FTDs at the end or throughout the 35 days? Well, they have November ones that are due throughout that period. Jimmy doing big ups? Nice. I should probably update. A DRS order came in before the rip. It's all a dip. Moon was going on about some chair. Can you help enlighten and elaborate for this dense pickle viewing Dan? So I bought a chair from Secret Labs, Jesus, 8 months ago or so, and Moonwind stole it, and now he's sitting in it. Complete Tesla and AMD earnings in January. If yes, what's your favorite call? What do you mean? Am I gonna play the earnings? What a weird question. Like, are you asking what strike I would pick? I have no fucking clue. Okay, see you later, Han. Can you get a quick debrief on XRT? What about it? What would you like to know, MCL? It's on the Reg Show threshold list. It will begin the threshold process on January 6th. I think at its peak, it was sold 560 odd percent short. That will need to be resolved. My Philadelphia wife has COVID. I told both of you no mouth stuff. What are you talking about, Dan Almighty? Go back in the closet. No one asked you to join us. How did the Brussels sprouts turn out? I don't know. Did anybody actually make the Brussels sprouts? They're already on Reg Show. They can't avoid it. DDS squeeze over? Somehow I doubt it. No. So the stock's up $22, and you're asking if it's over because of a $1 drop? I made them. They were terrible. You're terrible. GME is obviously the play, but could you recommend buying calls on XRT? I mean, I've bought calls on XRT. I don't recommend anybody buy calls on anything because it's risky as fuck. I already have Feb XRT calls. I have 5 at 95 strike and 10 at 90. Oh, so close to realizing my dreams. Push, little AMD. You can do it. Yep, still going up. AMD, baby. Thanks for Pickles picks. No problem, Dancing Lermer. Is there a way we can see other short hedge funds poor 21 performance, like negative 41% for Melvin Capital? I'd imagine look it up. Probably. Release the Dark Pools? Do you inhale vapes? Yes. Are e-cigs vapes? They are. XRT consolidating. Sell now the Jan 28 call to take profit and buy back later, or just hold? I mean, I'm just holding mine. I have no intention of selling anytime soon. It's up to you, though, if you want to take profits. Do you? What's the record on a stock for the most green candles in a row? Yay! My AMD position is finally profitable. God, that fucking took long enough. Am I gonna stop this out? I'm gonna put a stop. 4. Stop limit. Made it to 11 a.m. How am I doing? What a great day. Surprised you aren't happier, man. You keep calling it. I know. I think we could enter Jan 10 near like VWAP. So like 180 to 194 range. Possibly. Move the screen to GME. Don't be a shill. Rude. GME failing a test at 160. XRT is looking good. Spotify is just tearing it up today. Cat, just doing the same old bullshit. Lucid about to break 40. Cool. Did I hear you say you probably look at weekly lotto tickets with expiry date of 128 on 125? Before 125, but yeah, that's possible. I'll pick up some weeklies as we move into the cycle a little bit and I have some more confirmation. Moonwin, I already answered your question. If you don't listen to me, that's not my fault. Where? Clip it. Hey, look at us. Who would have thought? Not me. It's kind of nice. One day I hope I'm rich enough that I can hang out with Paul Rudd and DFV on the same day. Is price action on GME following your prediction? It looks good, yeah. Sexually? No, not sexually. Just just best friends. What color Lambo are you gonna buy? Hot pink. Hot pink with metallic pickles just all over it. No problem, Trina. Happy New Year. Done with FTDs for today? Might be. What's DDS looking like? It's fine. So in theory, they should just keep trying to keep Ivy as low as possible until they really can't anymore. Yes. That is ideal. I know you mentioned that a lot changed since last year, but what options do the I boy, you gotta finish that sentence, man. The Two Friends episode with Paul Rudd is amazing. I love that show. Yeah, it's pretty great. Is it me or GME options generally more expensive than other tickers? Am I seeing things here? No, it is. They are. They're priced much higher. Thanks for the AMD call. Any idea on where it will go? Sort of. I think a conservative estimate is like 153 for this bounce. If it breaks out, it could go all the way back up to like 160. No, as far as I know, the vast majority of the 160 puts were sold off Friday, right around market close or exercised on Friday. Why are you waiting for Jan 5th, 6th to buy in? Because I have a plan and I'm sticking to it. I also already have an absolute fuck ton of February calls. Nice XRT bull flag. Yeah, XRT is doing just fine. Not super concerned with it today. It's not even reg shared yet, so oh, Visa finally broke 220. Good on whoever got on this play. Spy still kind of choppy. AMD likely to have some CES FOMO tomorrow since announcements start at 9 a.m. Probably. Currently up 300% on Viacom call. Woo. That's fucking awesome, Elliot Moass. I mean, AMD is basically AMD is not the same price as GameStop, right? Like it's the same price with vastly different market caps, floats. Like the valuation is not the same between those two. How long does Reg Show last for? Until it's done. It can last forever. There's been things that have been Reg Showed for years. If this was as an NFT catalyst doesn't trigger mass, is the future bleak? What NFT catalyst? They have to announce something before you can say things like this plus an NFT catalyst. You can't just fucking assume that they're gonna announce a catalyst. Just wait for them to announce something, and then we'll see the effect it has. Yeah, XRT begins the threshold process on Jan 6th. So XRT can still currently be shorted. AMD has 1.2 billion free float, so a billion times that of GME. That's not a billion times, but it's a lot more, yes. If they NFT a pickle pick for a dividend and recommend you to DRS, will you get a blowout and frosted tips? No. Thoughts on LRC dud announcement? The made dynamic NFTs? What? Was everyone forgetting how to write complete sentences today? Ko-Fis aren't popping up on the screen. Properties. Let me make sure that they're turned on. 1 second. They should be on. I don't know why they're not working. But let me see if I can fix this. Okay. Show Ko-Fi link. No. This is a browser source. Properties. What the fuck? Okay, I'm just gonna remove this. And browser. Oh, there it goes. Okay. I hope that works now. If you were to scrap the headphones that you don't wear anymore, instead just get a desktop speaker for your desk, Discard would start hearing songs and you would start hearing Ko-Fis. Ew. Oh, I don't like that idea. Like a speaker on my desk? Nice, MBZ. Sometimes words are hard, but has anyone really been far even as decided to use even go want to look more like? Just wondering. Thank you. I appreciate that. Cover this week's XRT FTDs today and tomorrow, and then bleed out the rest of the week. It's going to be hard to bleed out the rest of the week when XRT goes on the threshold list on Thursday. Or it begins the threshold process on Thursday. Sorry. If they do a 30-day freeze on GME, would it make options expire if they were within that time period? Yes. Double top for GME? Kind of looks like it, yeah. But we'll see. If they want lawsuits, clients pulling money, countries pulling their money in riots, they'll chill GME. Might be the most ridiculous FUD yet. It's up there. Look, I'm tired of being ignored around here, and I don't want to make this weird, but I think I love you. Thanks, Edward. I appreciate that. 1,000 end a day based on sentence structure. Should I buy 40x leverage knockout certificates on AMD? Jesus Christ. I don't know if I'm that bullish on it. Have you seen the movie Margin Call? Yeah, it's awful. Jimmy doesn't need to chill. PieFi needs to chill with his Dan hate. Hashtag Dans are people too. No, they're not. They're Dans. I'm pretty sure PieFi has been compromised. Why do you want Guybrush to make GME go up? Jesus Christ. Myrna bottom found, you said? Maybe? I mean, it just seems to be chopping along it now. You could go from here, I guess. What's the reason for it to come back up though? Victor. Oh, okay. Spy's just fallen off a little bit. How the fuck are these things moving inverse? Okay. M for MOASS. Which GM vehicle are you most bullish on? Stocks meh today. Has anyone seen the movie Don't Look Up with Leonardo DiCaprio? Trippy as fuck. Felt like a metaphor for the impending financial crash. It's a metaphor for COVID. Go back up. Once they reveal the new COVID Megatron variant, does Pontiff VWAP have a Class B subscription for $250? No, currently there's no common stock for Pontiff VWAP, Velvet Jupiter. You think Roaring Kitty LLC will file a 13F this week? COVID, global warming, both. It's definitely both. It's a metaphor for idiosyncratic risk. BlackRock earnings coming up. Do you guys get bonuses if it goes well? Sometimes. What's XRT? I'm dumb. It's an ETF. Is there a tool where you can analyze the spread of a stock, like historical data, average spread, things like that? Shit, there's somewhere to get like average bid ask spread. I'm trying to remember where. I have to think about it. But there was a data source for it that we found a while back. I don't eat pickles. Like almost ever. I barely ever eat pickles. It can be taken to be about our current society's total inability to deal with any major problem that we face on a systemic level. How many calls do you think Roaring Kitty LLC will have in its 13F? That's possible, Trash Dan. I read that many are shorting AMD while going long XL and X due to the ratio consistently being under the 1.72 merger ratio. Could Lisa do anything to shake the shorts to avoid a post-merger dip? Yeah, she can announce big bullish things at CES tomorrow. Also, weren't they adjusting the terms of the merger? I thought they were. If you sell a call at a profit, does that help the hedge funds in some way? Sort of. It helps the market maker, in that they no longer have to hold a hedge against that call. The reason for murder to go up is because you're bag holding it. That's what that sounds like, Victor. Bag holding a stock is not a reason for it to go up. Can you give us some DDS TA? No, it's there's no TA. Just up. It looks like their newest workstation chip can do dual socket, so 2x64 core, 2x128 thread. Dope. What's that they do with COVID being over? If we personally MOASS over 1.5 billion, we'll be invited to the big boy table and offered ISTA status. No. So we're doing an afternoon sad? Ooh, Baba came back up. Is Baba gonna bounce? Oh, it is. Everything's just gonna go up today. Shorts are fucked. Totally reasonable fucking move. Selling less of it? Have you thought that the fucking company is just super overvalued already? What's going with the trash DD on Superstock lately? I don't know. I don't I don't ever read any of it. I need some affirmation. 6600 Tesla win this morning. Nice, dude. Odds on AA announcing a share dilution this month. Isn't it like almost a guarantee? Spicy TA on my second favorite stock. GME still chopping. SPY was starting to come back up. Fidelity just updated that GME call volume is above normal and directionally bullish. Bullish. It is. It is bullish existential. You're still planning on buying more options on the 15th, the 5th, and the 6th. Yes. Looks like the midday is going to be a little slow. So. Really excited for incremental climb. Was textbook double top on GME? Yes. What kind of options do you plan on buying? Feb 18, and I'm looking between like 180 and 220. Maybe some 250s. We'll see. Average down on already bought but red call, or buy a new one on a lower strike. It's up to you. Averaging down a further out strike reduces your cost basis. Averaging down to a lower strike reduces your risk. Where might GME 390C down more than 80% though? Well, I'd go with the fact that we're trading fucking Do you think a 330C for Feb 18 is too far out of the money? Hypothetically, of course. Thanks for everything, Pickle Man. It's a bit further out than I'm looking right now. Why are you watching AMD? I don't know, because GME's not doing anything. It's just flat. 750,000 volume. Also, I have AMD calls. Any idea what's causing the nice climb and slightly higher volume? Well, we had short FTDs today. Looks like there's some covering going on XRT. Crypto dumping because bears getting liquidated? I don't think so. You can use options strat eyeball surgery. It's a good options calculator. What strikes are best for your money on DDS? I mean, more importantly, like, where the fuck are you going to get a fill on DDS? What do you think will be our low for this week? 145? I mean, this is a nice start to the week. I don't know if we're going to fall off $10. Max Payne's at 155 right now. Can AMC shareholders stop the C-suite from doing a share offering? I don't think so. What did CES are you most excited about in 2022? I don't know. I haven't really paid much attention. Are we going to see what's going on in the DDS options chain and the GME options chain as we approach a possible squeeze? No, probably not. Very kind of different. What's the DDS price ceiling on their squeeze? 500, 1,000? Who the fuck knows? 50% reported short interest and unbelievable share lockup. So How likely is a run 250 plus this month? Don't those Crayons need to open up some high price strikes? They do. Al from Boston is a plant. I don't think they'd hire somebody like that. I got a fill for DDS Feb 420C at 200. Nice, dude. Will you continue to stream earnings after MOASS for sentimental reasons? I think the run this morning was to try to get people to FOMO early on the run calls and pay an inflated price. I don't think so. Any plan in the near future with another collaboration with Trade Spotting? I have no idea what's going on with that. I tried. I did my best. He's busy. Sorry I missed it. What week do you anticipate our biggest move up? Probably from Jan 10th on. Jesus Christ, this consolidation is just not ending. Did it? It's actually gonna fail. Yep. These Jan 21, Feb 18. All right. Before you stop streaming, I asked, will you make a Dan Ahmad? No. Why would I do that? Looks like we're heading back for 155. Let's see if any interest is picking up on puts. Some 157.50 puts being purchased. Or sold? Sold. All right, nothing interesting. Can your broker really sell your shares with no warning in a cash account? No. Can you sue them if they do? Yes. What's the difference between cash secure puts and short married puts? A married put call is a put exercised in order to obtain shares to clear FTDs. A cash secured put is just a put you sell that's secured with cash in the event of it being exercised. When you exercise a call, you get the shares right away. They have T+2, but generally, yes. Usually they're just pulled from the broker's inventory and given to you immediately. But they do have T+2 to satisfy it. All right, I'm gonna grab something to eat because I haven't eaten today yet. I'll be back in a few minutes. Um, okay. What's going on? What's DDS doing? Relax. There's plenty of time. I think I'm gonna re-enter AMD here in a minute. What? Oh, I'm still cooking stuff. That reminds me, I need to set a timer. An exit strategy is diamond handing options into expiry. Good morning. I popped in first trading day of the year and didn't see you. I thought this was MOASS and panic bought some more GME. What's up, Bob Smith? Yeah, I was just getting my oven preheated. I'm gonna throw some stuff in there. I have a bunch of snack food that I'm gonna try to plow through today. Were they shorting GME through ETFs last year? Yes. The borrow rate was around 80%, so that might indicate minimal ETF shorting. The majority of the shorting done through borrowing GME. It was both. Both of them were heavily utilized. Michelle. How far out are you thinking for AMD? If so, I'll probably buy into 150s again, but probably for like late Jan. If the funds aren't clear on this account, I guess I'll just buy on my other one. All this could be solved much faster with an air fryer or microwave. Ugh. Do you know when Adam Slug Aaron double the float again this gen? I would like to grab some puts just to spite them and make some tendies. I've been looking at like AMC like Jan 2023 puts way out of the money as maybe like a potential play. Do you buy your food in a food store in New York or do you get everything delivered? I don't know how it works there. I usually just get it delivered. How many shares does AA have left of AMC? $2 million notional value, I believe. I'm not sure how many like actual shares. Late Jan AMD options have earnings IV. Are you purposely considering that to get more IV bump from CES tomorrow, or are you actually playing earnings run up? I'm not sure. I guess it would depend on how much it bumped from CES and if it was able to sustain it. I already have several very long positions on AMD. So I'm not really super concerned with the short term. But I may hold them to get more IV from pre-earnings. 2023, you were playing the bankruptcy play? Yeah. I beat Gherk to a play. I got 50 Gen 2023 50-cent puts, volatility. Nice, Velvet Jupiter. Do you see a Jimmy play for the end of 2022? No. No, AMC. Will you modded Dan when you were done with the special stream after Carl posts the picture of him in the dress? Then Dan won't have power because that's your last stream. Interesting proposition. President Darth Dan, Cardinals of Pickles and VWAP. I will take it under consideration. Catch on to creating replicating baskets to short AMC into the dirt. We'll see. First of all, I'm posting a video. Congratulations, Carl. Shit. What was I trying to do? Oh, yeah. Has our trading range changed to a lower one? Does that make margin calls happen at lower prices than before? Unrealized losses decrease so much that they might have more margin space. I mean, I would say based on our current price that they would probably have more space on their margin. Like their margin, that's not gonna, they're not gonna come down together, right? They're not long the stock. It's almost 1269. This is true. $30 yield tops 2%. Erase all Omicron fears. Gold drops to 1800. Is our trading range changed to a lower one? Are you reading WeBull chat? What's up, Kevin Ma? BBK squeeze indicator firing yet? TTM? BBKC should be. Let me check it. But I think it'll have a fire signal. Ooh, not quite. Need to go up just a tiny bit more. At least on the daily. I think on the 4 hour we probably have one. Yeah, 4 hour it's already firing. The price just needs to go up a tiny bit more on the daily. But very close. WeBull chat is the truth. When the what does BBKC fire mean? BBKC is a squeeze signal. When the Bollinger Bands enter the Keltner channel, it implies a period of low volatility. And the squeeze signal implies that you'll see a breakout of high volatility. It's been moderately accurate on GameStop in the past, although there have been some false signals. Like a couple of false signals. How soon after a fire signal does price action flow? It depends. It can fire for days and days, yes. Sometimes it's very quick. Based on settlement date, it's going to be cheaper and makes sense to buy GME weeklies between Jan 21 and Feb 18. It could be. But contracts further out have more Vega, so better volatility sensitivity. And XRT did not like that test of 93. Just finding some support here. Back down to view up. SPY is still just super choppy. Yeah, midday seems pretty uninteresting. Ooh, I'll be right back. All right. Now I'm back. Officially. GME done going up today? I don't know. It's hard to say. It's just mid-afternoon. It's slow. Because price is way below where the volume traded. I'm not really concerned about XRT until it starts getting thresholded, but today's run was nice. Well, I'd imagine I would re-enter AMD once the price starts to turn around or stabilize. Considering price action, more than half of people are down on their Feb calls. Patience. Oh. Yeah, some people, had settlement delays and ended up getting kind of lucky on those and ended up buying, here and here. But a lot of people bought their Feb calls here when the price, well, not there, but like here when the price was much higher. There were some people that bought their Feb calls here at the peak, but for the most part, positions were entered around here and right around here and here. Most people are down or fairly even right now, I would say, unless they've averaged down these to here. Yeah, but we have plenty of time before their expiry. I mean, they're more than a month and a half out. Can we make a hedge fund called Berkshire Hathaway? You are not the first person to suggest that. I'm not gone. I'm right here. So it's January, wind moon. Patience. I don't see any evidence that the shorts are trying to suppress the price out through Feb. Fucking Feb OI has picked up a shitload today. Feb 18 180s are up. Feb 18 200s are up. January is already starting to look very good between 230 and 250. 205 and 210 are low, but Beaujolais or Pinot Noir. I don't like wine very much. Who's gonna force Kenny to pick up the soap? Well, he's gonna have to if he wants to get clean. How many times has it closed on my weight? I don't think it ever has. Currently, I think I'm like 253 or something like that. I don't know. I haven't weighed myself for a few weeks, but what do you drink when you drink? Um, Whiskey or fruity cocktails. Like the tastier the cocktail, the better. I'm 5'8" and 240 pounds. Smooth. You're gonna get diabetes, bro. AMD turning on VWAP. Ooh, nice. Yeah. Are you gay, Pickle? No, I'm not. Sorry. I don't have a sweet tooth. I hate sweets. You're just eating like a lot of carbs. Not bald, at least not yet. I'm 10'1" and 1,450 pounds. Would you turn gay or bi if a Dan confessed their unrequited love for you? No, and they have. I just had a vision of Gurk ordering a fuzzy navel and a stag bar. You know, like a sex on the beach is okay too. Or a lemon drop. Should try and get out for walks. I should probably do something. I've had more adioses than I can count, JC. My real weakness is margaritas. Margaritas and strawberry daiquiris. I will get stupid day drunk if those are available. I know, JC. Darthjan, would you say there's COVID outside? It's frightful. So stay inside. It's so delightful. If I randomly run into you, would you be down to go ham on Margs? Dude. Yes. I don't mind a martini. I prefer them with gin, and I don't like them shaken. Yeah, I prefer a classic margarita with Contro. Triple sec fucking disgusting. Oh, you can also use Grand Marnier for a Cadillac margarita. Patron, Silver, Contra, Rocks. Really, Patron? Windmill, you're better than that. I like old fashions. Good time to pick up a DDS call? Who knows? No one knows what price you'll buy it for. Patron Silver isn't off-putting to your poor friends. What's my favorite one? So Don Julio, Real, or Clase Azul. Those are good tequilas. I like Herradura. I have not a Baker. Did your dad lose his hair? No. But he died when I was like 15. So I don't know if he would have or not. Fair enough, Ryan. You don't like going back down, B Jets? Funesca cosecha? Never had it. There's a lot of like weird artisan tequilas that I've never tried. Never met my mom's dad. Don't know. Option Strat says my febs are even around 190 at 250. I never have to wake up before whenever I fucking want to. And at 300, it says I own an island. Congratulations, the Ghost of Dan. I also like to pretend my calls are worth more money with option strat calculators. Your dad is proud of you for what you're doing. Profound impact on the lives of others. Thanks for your work. Thanks, Grizz. I'm sure he might be. Various frozen snacks, Stevie. I had a Jamaican beef patty, 6 Totino's pizza rolls, and now I'm having a tiny Trader Joe's pizza. I'd rather run up and then take it down again. Slowly lure people into options and try to make them sell. Probably. I hope so, Nesquik. Totino's isn't like Sabaro. It's not even like pizza. I like to imagine a big portion of the OI and Feb is just pickle financials in 510s. How many of these have you fucking degenerates bought? Jesus Christ. Is this all you guys? It's gotta be. No one else would ever buy this contract. I'm gonna buy 420s. Five, 10. Hey, I finally got one of these. Can I get my first song? Thanks for all you do and daily entertainment. Thank you, Elliot Moass. The guy who bought 235K of Jan 2023 950s.
Yo,
It's a solid play.
let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Smells like an afternoon run. He's gonna print now or what? Super sorry to hear that. It's fine. Barely knew him. What happens if AMC goes bankrupt and their hedge blows up? That'd be interesting. I have a confession to make. I've been praying the stock goes down today so I can buy cheaper options tomorrow. I've betrayed the Dans, Lady VWAP, and the Gherkin gang. Traitor. Shame. You tell me how they kept it $40 throughout the end of Feb? It wasn't like they had to try. There was no buy pressure. I already bought AMD 150s for Jan 21. How can I help squeeze short hedge funds with call options when I don't have enough capital to execute in the money calls? Depending on the type of account you have, you can use cashless exercise. Exercise and sell to cover. You can 2-for-1 your contracts, or you can sell and buy shares. All of these have some effect. How can I get a lot of GME for no money? What's that movie where, like, the talented Mr. Ripley? You have to Mr. Ripley somebody, Kyle. You'd have to, like, Mr. Ripley DFE. I was a little behind on the stream, but pretending I'm not almost homeless via option strat hopium is all I got keeping me smiling. It's a way. Cashless exercise takes away money for tax purposes? I don't think so. What do you think short hedge funds will do with 136K puts expiring on January 21st? They're just a replicating basket hedge. They're irrelevant. They don't matter at all. Let them expire worthless. Sell them. What's the least we should sell for during MOASS? That's up to you, man. I don't fucking know. I don't know how high it's gonna go. I mean, volume just tanked, right? Go away, Stefan. He's telling me everything will be all right. I didn't do a mistake to not sell an hour ago when my calls were in the green. This is just the beginning. There's a bunch of posts on SS over the weekend calling the peak at 25 to 30K, comparing it to DGAZF. Wasn't DGAZF like an ETN? It doesn't seem... I don't think so. I'm sorry to hear that, Trina. Wouldn't market makers de-hedge by buying shares once those puts expire? There's no hedge. There's no delta value in them. They're just there for their replicating baskets, for their variance swaps. Exercise, don't sell. Exercise what you can. Like, don't leave fucking money on the table. The more important aspect of options, like the exercise is great, but the vastly more important effect of options is as the price goes up, the delta hedge increases, right? So if you have a strike here at like, what's 0.3 right now? 170, 200? Yeah, like 200. So say you have a 200 strike and the price goes to 400. The delta value of that is going to go up, right? And it's the carrying of these hedges that stabilize the price action to the upside. So exercising on top of that, awesome, because then if they aren't fully hedged, they have to be. But it's far more important that just the weight of the delta is working against them. Clip this, please. All right. If they don't delta hedge the calls properly, right? And people are exercising them, they're fucked. Like, really, 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 really hard, Jettle. Because then, if the price of the contract goes up and the delta goes up to 0.1, right? But they've only hedged 0.3. Now at $400, they have to find 70 shares. And they can't use bona fide market making to create them. When this contract should have been hedged fully at like 300. Keep talking, I'm close. The uptrend appeared to be settling of FTDs, as the uptrend was basically across the whole basket. Probably also like a little New Year position entries. Delta edging. No problem, boosted Siggy. Would you agree with my assessment that GME is currently displaying a modified bologna sandwich with fries formation on the 1 minute? I see what you're saying. Is it inverted though? Remember to jazzercise your options. The midday. Is it 1269 yet? Can you explain delta hedgehogs? It's the difference between two hedgehogs. Can you go more in depth regarding those 4 ways to exercise in the money calls without capital? Sure. For cashless exercise, you need a margin account. The cost of the exercise is placed against your margin using the 100 shares that you get from the exercise as the collateral. Exercise and sell to cover. The broker takes on the risk of exercise and sells shares for you to cover the cost of the exercise. So say you have a 200 strike and we're trading at $400, they would have to sell 50% of the shares to cover the cost to exercise. So you would net 50 shares. The 2-for-1 option, you have 2 strikes at the same, 2 of the same strike. That's better. 2 of the same strikes. You sell one, exercise the other. And the last one, you just sell the contract and buy shares at market. You should be able to buy, if you sell it for its full IV value, the contract, you should be able to buy 100 shares, depending on the current price action. But if you can do it during a period of consolidation or something. The Kama Sutra is an excellent book for position entry. The Ghost of Dan. There's also the age old put your pickle in, put your pickle out. put your pickle back in and shake it all about. You can try that as well. Clip it. Copy. Thanks. You got it, James. Jackson Hunter interviewed Houston Wade, and they were both criticizing AMC, which drove the chat insane. Everyone was calling everyone a shill. It was glorious. That sounds amazing. It's like a Twitter space. I can't believe I don't have a single DM from Turd today. How could you, man? Do you have siblings? Sure. Kama Sutra, also a good book for position entry. Check DMs. What the fuck? Are you at my house? Hey, user, I need you to bring that to me. Is it an XL? I don't even know how to tell, but just the box. How do I sub twice? I hope a girl will let me try that after MOASS if I am rich. You could probably do it without even being rich. No, it's a Secret Labs Omega Ash. Wow. BlackRock's yearly bonus box. The whole conversation with Koala broke down when he was like, everyone should be DRSing as many shares as they feasibly can. And then he was like, but I have 10% DRS'd. You think 160 CSPs are safe? No. I wouldn't. That's playing with fire. Thank you, Trina. What is that? Is it like he turns into a book? You should mention the possibility of a GFV when selling the contract to buy shares. I mean, contracts settle in T+1. KO. So the risk of a GFV is pretty slim. Like, you might get warnings, but you probably wouldn't get an actual GFE. Because it takes 2 days for the stock to settle. I mean, it's possible, but unlikely. So by the time the stock sales settle, the options money should have cleared. I don't know, Bo. A lemon? Oh, maybe it is a lemon. That makes more sense. Crossed content collabs for the win. Qualihugger was desperate for attention and not even courteous enough to pay $5 for it, like a respectable attention-seeking degen. Thank you, Ghost of Dan, for the continuous donations. Is Tesla dead? I don't think so. No. It looks like it's about to break out again, actually. GFV. Add milk to eggs for an omelet. You shouldn't need to, but you can. It makes it easier to burn it though. Okay, so when you say T+1, the start of the next trading day after I sell a contract, the funds will be available to purchase more options or shares. This is on cash and margin. Yes. The cash should be available immediately. You just can't sell whatever you buy with the cash until it settles. So if you sell an option on, let's say, Monday, right? And on that same Monday, you buy 98 shares. As long as you don't sell those shares till this money clears on Tuesday, you're fine. If you sell those shares the same day, you risk a GFE, but you may not get one because the sale of these, the settlement and sale of these is T+2 and T+2, right? So these shouldn't settle till after, but sometimes you can get a GFE. You just usually don't. Anyone know the bars name from Dirk's DD chart from today? That's the FTD schedule for the ETF flow that me and Turd were looking at. Can you redo this example, but with 69 shares? Because our CEO hasn't announced that he beat expectations that he set for himself yet. It must be good to be Elon Musk. Bid-ask spread difference on DDS just keeps growing. Yeah. I don't know if it's true or not, but people were talking about a 20 to 1 split on Tesla. It's possible. So the complete cycle of buying and selling would create a wash. I see. Thank you. GFE and PDT restrictions are not even real. I'm convinced. I got a PDT restriction, and all I had to do was click remove. My boss said I have to schedule 2 days off in January. What days this month will we have the most action? Jan 28th? I'd want to be there for like the 25th, 26th and 27th, I guess, if I had to pick 3 days. Or 2 days. My account has GFE restrictions. Ouch. So you can only trade with this account has GFE restrictions. You can only trade with settled cash for 1 year. It's not a big deal, but it's annoying. Bid ask on my DDS options is 0.06 and $8. I am the $8. What happens with options if 20 to 1 split and the price tanks? Well, if it's 20 to 1 split, you'd have an option for 2,000 shares at a 20th of the trade of your current strike. Is exercising a call considered a taxable event? Yes, it is. Fortunately, no profits are taken from the exercise, right? By exercising the call instead of selling it, you're not taking any profits out. Still have 90 days left on my free ride violation timeout. Nice. Is there a way to screen scan for stocks solely by their bid-ask spread? If so, how? Why would you want to, Stefan? I mean, I'm sure you could find a way. You'd probably have to create something to do it, or have someone create it for you. But why? Why do you want to trade volatile assets? Volatility is bad for traders. Traders don't like volatility. Momentum, yes. Volatility, no. Wide bid-ask spreads means that it can go up or down equally fast. Wide bid-ask implies many attractive things about stocks. Not always. You're just going to end up with a shitload of penny stocks popping up on your scanner. Shit penny stocks that you don't have anything to do with. I don't really know if the shorts are in a position financially to prevent it. It seems like they have tried their best to reduce OI in the options chain across the sector. I don't think Plotkin was right in saying last year's event was a black swan event, except in the fact that they didn't expect it to happen. And I think that's just because they couldn't predict the volume of retail options interest. And it came at a very bad time for them. Vlad said that. Like, whatever. I use slow EMAs to fight great entries, etc. I don't like it. Shorts aren't always wrong. %41 down on the biggest bull market of all time. Shh. We don't need to make any more fun of Plotkins. You just wipe and move on. Anything over 300, and I'm wheeling stable blue chips until my wee doesn't work anymore, and then I die and my kids get my stocks to wheel into the sunset. Nice, the ghost of Dan. Apes Pile and Dillard's small float after MOASS for MOASS version 2.v2. Dillard's is more likely to squeeze right now than GameStop, just on fundamentals. How did you fare in 2021? Better than Gabe? I mean, obviously. I think most of retail did better than the S&P 500. Anybody who bought GameStop sub $100. Doesn't Dillard's have like one store? What did I miss? They have more than one store. Oh yeah, that's totally possible, Bob. A lot of people bought GameStop sub $100. Did you buy yourself anything nice in 2021? I bought a new camera and a microphone. I bought this hat. Well, it was given to me, but same thing. Um, ooh, I bought a Stream Deck that I really don't use much. Oh, I got a green screen. I bought a chair, but I never received it. Bear Power. I did buy a Roomba. It was probably my worst purchase of 2021. Apparently, Reddit is banning people for linking to a news story about the Fed giving a secret loan to JPM, Goldman, and Citi. Interesting. No, it's not super big on the East Coast either. Dillard's is full on Midwest. Why Roomba bad? I mean, it's just like it's just like a stupid thing to own. Like it takes it like 3 hours to do the vacuuming that I could do in like 10 minutes. I think I got like the i9 or whatever. Just like I just bought the most expensive one. No, I'm not gonna reduce my GME holdings. I'll just like if we don't MOASS, I'm just gonna play the cycles for the rest of the year and trade other stocks until the floor goes up. Like if we don't MOASS in Feb and Jan, it's not the end of the world, right? Like we just keep playing their bullshit OPEC cycles that they're locked in, right? And then eventually, their losses will be significant enough that they won't be able to suppress the price anymore. It'll be hard to, well, if the price stays high, it'll be hard for them to slowly close. Dillard's in the Gherk Midwest or actual Midwest? Both. Can you explain how selling the contract and buying the shares hurts short hedge funds? I mean, it hurts short hedge funds because buying 100 block of shares moves the price up. It doesn't really hurt market makers, but it creates FTDs. So it'll eventually hurt market makers. But yeah, buying at market can be satisfied through bona fide market making, as opposed to an exercise. You missed my Ko-Fi and the 1269 song. How dare you? Oh, we do have a 1269 song. It's okay. We'll just play it late. Hold on. I haven't heard it yet. So this is the first time for everybody. Very nice, Dan for hire. You sort of mixed it up there. I didn't know DDS was in Europe either. Will you continue the stream if we don't MOASS in January? Until we do. Needs more volume? Oh. I think you guys are just trying to get me to play it again, but... Are you done with trading when we MOASS? Yeah, probably. I mean, the kind of trading I do now, absolutely. Why don't you tell me you sold your AMD calls? What? I sold them like way earlier. It's coming back up. I bought more. I sold them when it fell out of this, and then I bought more down here. But I bought them for January 21st. Also, pay attention. Or don't copy my plays. Even better. Somebody once told me Kenny was gonna roll me. He was the... Why not just shortest? Why not just the shortest tool in the shed? Can you peep the SPY? Sure, it's probably still just being shitty and chopping. It looks like it's starting to come up, probably thanks to Tesla. Tesla keeping the market alive. Guess who just bought his first ever responsible GME strike? 250 for gas. That's right. 510. Screw you, bears. Hugs. Oh, Pickle Morty. You're an absolute degenerate. Favorite form of potato? Fingerling? I think that's the correct answer. At what membership level will you allow us to front run your trades? I kind of already do, don't I? I mean, like fries, baked, mashed, roasted, Hasselback. A properly cooked Hasselback potato. It has so much caramelization. It's the best of all the types of potatoes you just named. DDS spread over $3. I know, it's ridiculous. Are you a seafood guy? Not really. Yes, I should probably not touch margin. However, I have a question with a picture. I'll send it on Discord. Okay. I want to push notifications saying that you'll be purchasing X position in 1 minute. Same for selling. Can you include this for the pigeon whales? Absolutely not. Is DDS even a real stock at this point? How long can they suppress the price? We'll find out. Tired. Always tired. I never get enough sleep. Why do I see a bunch of ADF orders above ask? I don't know. Will you make a post-mass appearance? YouTube, Reddit, Cryptic Tweak. I already have a deal with Carl that if he dresses up as Gloria Stefan and reenacts the entire conga music video, that I will do one more stream. Stop staying up until 2 a.m. then. Stop tagging me on Discord at 4 in the morning. DDS is a stock? Aren't we supposed to just DDS all our shares? No, the employees of DDS did that already. Do you have sleep apnea? Probably. Nine out of 10 day traders recommend DDS. Now that Lucid's trying to break 41, where lies its next big resistance? Who cares? $45 or 42.50? It struggled with 41 in the past, but also 45. I hope I get called away. How does one get over his dealing with the loss of his Dillionaire membership and having to converse with the pores in the Discord, asking for a friend? Suck it up. And the one last bonus stream, you will finally reveal your top 3 fields you'd like us to use in the Finviz screener. Probably not. Average down some of your higher strike Feb calls that are deep red, but just randomly. How do you feel about 28s versus 21? I own 21, but could 28 be nice to cover the 25th? I accidentally bought some 28s. I didn't mean to. They're probably okay, but they're definitely not ideal. We could keep running far past that date. If those go super deep in the money, I'm just going to exercise them. More sideways down for today. Maybe. They sold off. So they sold off those 155 puts earlier today because we were running. It didn't look like they'd bought back into them the last time I checked. So we should have a lot more stability in the like 150, 250, 155 zone. Max Payne's at 155. 100K order on XRT. Cool. Do you have any nicknames growing up? No. How does AMD look? 160 end of week? Well, that's what I'm kind of aiming for. I'm sure there will be some interest tomorrow from CES or AMD. It looks pretty much very bullish on the options chain for GameStop right now. With all the big primes shedding their puts, I expect Max Payne to start probably going up. Yeah, it's windy as hell out. What's the main difference between a monthly and a weekly, assuming both are bought with time? Is it liquidity? Volatility. Theta decay more than anything. And then liquidity. Volatility is better. Like your Vega is better the further out your call is also. CSP is at 150 this week. Probably a lot safer. If you zoom way in, MOASS is happening right now. Have you ever tried Lagunitas hop water? I'm drinking some right. I hate beer and hops. I don't like hops. I fucking hate IPAs. And I can't stand people that are into craft beer. If that's you, I'm sorry you suck. What a silly take. If you're into it and you don't tell people about it or try to convince your friends to do things like go hang out in an industrial park all day on Saturday, that's fine. You do you. Just don't just don't push your shitty craft beer on other people. Craft beer, religion, just just keep it to yourself. No one else cares. You ever you ever have a warm natty light on a hungover morning? I've done a lot of things I regret, turd. That's one of them. It wasn't it wasn't so much a can as it was like a quarter of a keg, but I was very dehydrated and the water was not drinkable. Buterin mentioned looping again in an interview a few hours ago. Did it go up? What about preaching over Sweet Lady Bebop? That's fine. She's real. Speaking of regrets, what about Four Loco and TGI Fridays? I don't regret that at all. It was one of the best things I've ever done with my life. My ex was a Wisconsin guy. We found plenty of IPA fandom. Yuck. Do people still drink 40s of Schlitz malt liquor? Yes. I don't care what kind of beer you like, Sir David P. That was the whole point. All I've done is just start a bunch of conversations where people are like, I really prefer a light Hefeweizen with a squeeze of orange. If you're not drinking in an abandoned industrial park, what's the point of even having a weekend? I prefer Pinot Noir from a boot. Classy. Thanks, Jason. Come to the industrial side of town talking that trash. That was your fault, Tired Dan. You made me choke on my not Dasani water. Not cool, dude. Okay. I think I'm alive. It'll be all right. Before you die, are my 180 cc's good? Don't sell cover calls on GameStop. It's dumb. Thanks for you. Seriously, after watching your stream for several months, I really got into investing into stocks. Right now, my main positions are beef stock, chicken stock, Vegetable stock. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be a billionaire this year. Congratulations, Dan, for hire. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. Nothing much, Johnny A. Congratulations on getting some work done this year. Is that the hardest you've worked all year? Okay, I'm done. Yeah, I'm alright. I just kind of inhaled a bunch of water at once. Thoughts on aspirating water? I'm also against it. It's not fun. Ugh. Best way to make Persian rice? It's the kind where you like fry it. It's got raisins in it. It's delicious. I'm so rich for almost killing you. I just think the world would be a better place if all the water was replaced with Dasani, the best tasting water. Brought to you by Coca-Cola. Toddig. Yeah, that's what it's called. Thoughts on Pelosi's latest options plays? I don't care. You know, for all their inside information, they don't really trade that well. When Moby X Eminem collab? Drink your water straight from the Hudson River, unfiltered, raw. Oh god. Pelosi has crazy returns. She has a lot of losses though too. So they just buy into like a bunch of plays and then one like 10x's, but the other 5 just suck. I don't know, I wouldn't follow. How long until the short hedge funds can't take the girth of our delta? It's a good question. I think it's not like an it's not necessarily an AMD announcement, but it's they have like a big presentation they're doing at the tech convention thing that I can't think of the name of right now. I said it earlier like 7 times. Dasani, locally sourced equals bottled tap water. The worst part about Dasani in New York is it comes from New Jersey. New York City water comes from like the Catskills Aquifer or something, like way upstate. CES. Thank you. Last time they did such tech presentation, AMD ran for a week to all-time highs. Also, the impending XL INX merger. Yeah. Ashocon. What's Ashocon? Apple, $3 trillion. Yep. Oh, the Ashocon and Neversink reservoirs. Are they announcing middle out compression? Cost shooting higher. GME to follow it too, possibly. I think 500 plus 150 puts just came in. Were they sold or bought? I see them. Ooh, tough. Maybe sold. Jan 7s. I think that was here. I think they were bought, and I think they were bought here. Is that in line with the OI? What's the delta on a 150 put for this Friday? 150, negative 3.9, 300 contracts. So 563 contracts. Let's find out. Let's do the math. Should have been about 21,000 shares. So 11,800. Yeah, I mean, it looks like they hedged, but not fully. They hedged the delta by about 50%. Unless they haven't fully hedged the delta yet. But those are negative 0.39. Oh, maybe they weren't 0.39 at the time. We were trading higher. Is the Hudson River the color it is because of the runoff from all the New Jersey spray tan? The appropriate hedge would have been about 21,000 shares. But I don't know, maybe we're seeing more of that play out here. There's another 4,000. That was like 2,200. Cost up 12%. Cool. You still never answered me on what your favorite brand of water is. Favorite brand of water. It's a good question. I like Voss a lot. Like in the glass bottles. It just tastes clean. I don't like Fiji. It makes my mouth feel slippery. Are you ready for today's snowstorm? What? Fucking better not be. $2 million and $89 puts sold on XRT. That's bullish. Core is pretty good too. I don't like Evian. It's got a weird flavor. You don't reverse osmosis, bro? Oh, I do. I have to, because I have to fill up my espresso machine. Kirk only drinks cool water by Davidoff. Oh, God. There's so many dickheads in my high school used to wear that. I hated the smell of that shit so much. Tahoe water is really good too. We should bounce on 150, 250. Maybe. Don't hate on cool water. If the price is near the bid, it's sold, right? Usually, yeah. It's 25th still most likely to start for MOASS into the 25th. I think they're probably done covering for today, or they have very little left to cover today. Is this the new normal, up and back down, or vice versa daily until they wiggle out of their shorts? That's because we have like a constant flow of FTDs coming in, but not a lot of buy pressure. And the price isn't like the FTDs aren't high enough yet to start moving the price into the like gamma ramp, right? Like we need more. Once we start to get more FTDs, the price should just start increasing. They're still eyeballing all the Febs, or starting to consider April's or March's. Still Febs. We're just gonna go up $3 every day till 69 million. I'm okay with that. What date has the most FTDs? The highest number of FTDs actually should be occurring. Uh, let's see, between Feb 1st and Feb 14th, as that's and we have overlap. Well, actually, so Feb 1st to Feb 8th, we have overlapping ETF FTDs from November and December. Unchanged Alpha Bear. Are there more in the money calls this year for Jan 21 versus last year? I don't think so. Not yet. Cheapskates with earlier dates for Feb calls be okay too. Yeah. That's why that's one of the reasons we see so little short covering in the SEC report from last January. Like you see short covering pick up, right? Into the January run. Like here's Jimmy's price action, right? We see short covering pick up into the run. And then once it starts running, we just see it bottom out. And we see it pick up a little bit here and then bottom out again. And that's because a lot of what they were doing in here was covering FTDs. Which, you know, the SEC report makes very little mention of. Largely because all they care about is that the ETFs remain at NAV. However they resolve that, they don't really give a shit. Are Feb calls cheaper now or later this week? It's probably not that much of a difference. I'm just buying a lot of them, so it matters to me. But that, like, if you're buying like a couple, I don't think it's gonna matter that much. Question for everyone: am I a shill? I don't know. Probably not. Spy breakout. Finally. My 475s are doing good. Back in it. These are so close to going in the money. Ooh. Try and say something shilly. You know my favorite Reddit sentiment? My two favorite Reddit sentiments are one, that I know too much about market mechanics, and so I must work for a fund and I'm a plant. So like he's too smart to be involved in this, which I think is hysterical. And then the second favorite one I have is God damn it, someone just reminded me of it. Oh, is that like I'm somehow being disingenuous towards people about GameStop, but I'm just like, here's what I don't get is I'm just endlessly bullish on GameStop. And so like, why would anyone be against that? Like, why would anybody for GameStop be against someone else being for GameStop? I'm too bullish. I need to temper my bullishness and DRS my shares because you know DRS. Jesus. No, all those people were there long before DRS was a thing, complaining about me. They're just complaining about DRS now because that's the thing to complain about. See, at least that theory makes sense, Stefan Urkel. To be fair, Pickle Shield does have a pretty nice ring to it. Fair. They're Warden bag holders. That makes sense. Frightened by your rugged masculinity. Thank you, Brett. They're all afraid of what happens if we actually MOASS. It's pretty fucking scary, to be honest. Complain about not getting your favorite FinVis screener fields. So hot right now. God damn it, Stefan. You son of a bitch. Shickle. I read on Reddit that my non-DRS position will leave me a bag holder after government intervention. Should I DRS everything? If the government intervenes, everyone will be a bag holder. Thanks, Pronto. I'm not Persian, though. As a bald guy, I'm repulsed by your thick flowing locks. So maybe your shill are just the bald community? Maybe. But then I'd be on a like... Has the stock just not moved for like several minutes now? Okay. I was just making sure. It hasn't. This candle was 4 minutes ago. Okay. Stock froze. Just doing nothing. 5-minute halt. Let's see if we can do it. We're so close. Halted. GME's halted. It's not a glitch. It's just halted. Hold on. We're almost there. Ding. 5 minutes. 5-minute halt. Government intervention. You're so bullish you made it halt. Nothing traded for 5 minutes. 0 booked trades. It's right here from 157 till 202.53. 0 trades occurred. Yeah, it's a natural halt. That's what I wrote on Reddit. I wrote all of my favorite stocks have natural 5-minute halts. Illiquid as fuck. Is that normal? Fuck no, it's not normal. Increase liquidity by increasing the price. This is the way it's supposed to work. Yes. Interventions are great. I was put off by the first one I had, but when I found out that I got to take a month off work and talk about my feelings and eat carbs all day, I learned to love them. Good to know. Everybody quiet. They're pricing in the NFT marketplace. Please explain not normal to smooth brains. Very, very odd stock behavior. That may be the longest I've seen without a print on GameStop. And we've had some dead days. I mean, they halted it to prevent it. Like, they stopped trading in order to prevent a price jump, right? So if they're covering FTDs, right, and they have, you know, you have the bid-ask spread, and say you have like 152, 152.50, 153, and then you have like 155 right over here, 155.25, 156.30, right? And they're buying shares. They're gonna stop. Like if we're at 153, like say we're at 153.25, they're not gonna buy any shares, right? Because the ask is so far away, they don't want to gap the price up. Because if they buy, they're gonna move the price up to 155, right? And if they buy a bunch, they're gonna move the price up past 156. So what they do is they just stop trading entirely until an ask comes in that's lower, like 153.33, and then they'll buy, because they don't want to gap the price up. No problem. Fake moon one. Cost up 15% on the day. Nice. Somebody putting in an order for a lower ask, or them filling the spread themselves, which I suspect happens a lot. Right, because they need those buy orders to satisfy CNS. So if they reach a point where they have like a gap up, they probably go and borrow shares to fill the gap and then buy them back in order to get the buy orders for CNS. because no one else is selling, right? It could. The problem with the squeeze on costs is the family that owns the company will simply sell shares during a squeeze. They have like no problem trading their own stock. Yeah, they just internalize everything else. If there are any, right? That doesn't necessarily, there may not be retail orders in that 5-minute period. I mean, it's like 2 p.m. Most people are at work. It's not like everyone's just sitting home buying GameStop all day. Can they? I mean, they're not really halting trading. They're the only people. I've told you guys this for months. This is like the short hedge fund circle jerk that I've described, and that like they're the only people buying or selling the stock. We're just watching them. People are bailing on Jan calls. Why is this? I'm scooping them up here for some short-term hold. I think people want the safety of the farther dated options. What's CNS? Continuous net settlement. I mean, for those 5 minutes, yeah, nothing bought. Don't forget that most retail orders are not blocks, right? Like most retail buyers are not buying a block, and so it's not going to have an effect on the time sales. This guy knows way too much to be trusted. What the fuck? Supplemental liquidity deposits, pickle down economics. Domino's air fried pizza. I feel like your guys' screen names and comments are just a constant attempt to like trigger me. Do you have any crazy stories from when you were a personal assistant to that rich guy? Yes. Can I talk about them? No. No, I wasn't a blood boy. SLD play takes place starting the Wednesday before monthly options expiry, correct? Yeah. Well, this month it does. So this month should start on the 19th. Right? No, 17th. It starts on the 17th, I think. These Holt's garden variety market mechanics are they precursor tremors leading to a squeeze. They're good indicators of a potential for a squeeze. That fear of gapping up, you know, that means that the upward price action is dangerous for them. They need to keep it down. That's good. Where did the name Gherkin come from? It was originally just gherkin. And then the it was added if the screen name gherkin was taken. You're an island boy. Silence of the Dans. Member for 8 months. Pigeon Whale. I noticed you've stopped campaigning for moderators. It's appreciated. Clip what? CB VWAP doing anything? Probably. Psychodanalysis. We just got a new moderator. I can yawn if I want to. It didn't get halted. Just no one was buying. It wasn't like a limit up, limit down halt. Like it wasn't Luddle. It was just no buys, like no orders printed in the ticket for more than 5 minutes. It's just that you don't see Ko-Fis anymore. I do so. Thanks for all you do, seriously. After watching your stream for several months, I got really into investing for stock. I already saw this. Yeah, I haven't missed any. Most of the sales during the 5-minute period had the Midwest Exchange Chicago for the ask side. There you go. Citadel trying to fill the gaps. Do you think the margin call floor is lower than it was last year? Probably not. I know Phenolium. I made mention of that. God damn it. Ugh. Does this mean that they could be internalizing orders? I mean, probably. Yes, I will shut down the stream if MOASS. I will know when. It looked like this. Ugh, beautiful, beautiful liquidity. How will you make it up to us if you shut down the stream on a false alarm? I'll just restart the stream. Is it normal for more than the entire float to trade in a day? No. Can you please talk in depth about halts during MOASS and recommend how we might go about handling it? What do you want to handle, Stefan? You just don't do anything. Like, kind of try to think of halts like that as like a market open. Like you just patiently wait them out. The biggest eggplant parm in the metaverse post MOASS? No. I don't know, maybe. You can't halt in the pre-market or aftermarket. There are no halts. Cost 23% up. Nice. Yeah, it looks like we're going to start moving up again. But can you triple halt a double halt? It's an interesting question. Could the peak be at pre or after? Possibly. What's up, Eric Rain? Let's say the beginning of their larger liquidity requirements per the shift to SOFR. Why is cost popping off? Because it's illiquid and has a tiny float. It's best to wait. Traction, man's manic. The volatility that follows a halt is not ideal for trading anything. It causes panic selling. I just saw an interview with Al from Boston with Trey and Kyle talking about AMC going to $1 million a share. What's your take on it? There are a bunch of fucking idiots trying to fleece people who don't know anything about the financial markets. I hope that helps. I'm going to shift from the desk to the sofa here in a few minutes. Jesus Christ. Where's JFresh? I don't know. I'd have expected him to troll today. He's probably listening to me in his lifted truck. If RC would announce an NFT dividend, what would be the best possible timing for him to do so for MOASS? Now would be good. Anytime before January 21st is fine. Hey, Zakure's wife, or is it Zakure? I never know anymore. It's almost worse than those people who have couples YouTube accounts. As a cost holder, I'm still down 30%. No, it's me. He went back to work today. Okay, all right. I'm not assuming genders. I'm assuming individuals. If someone had told me a year ago that a man who had a lifted truck also sent pictures of his painted boys' parts to other men, I'd have a hard time believing it. And yet, here we are, a user, living the same possible reality, or at least simulation. Speaking of couples' YouTube accounts, I have news. God damn it. Well, welcome back, Zakure's wife. Now that Zakure's done hogging your internet, you can reassume your moderator duties. For those of us who can't afford GME, what would be a good other basket ticker to look at for Feb 18 options? BBBY, DDS, XRT. Whatever ETF GME's weighted most in. I think it might be IJR, but I can't remember. After a margin call and the account's assets have been liquidated, is there anything forcing a broker to close short positions beyond available funds? Yes. Because they have to take over the short position. That's their counterparty risk. IJH. Okay, there you go. I'm taking these YouTube accounts to the grave. If my wife found out I donate for not financial advice from a pickle, she'd flip out. Imagine what your bosses would think. AMD about to rip? I fucking hope so. Looks good, yeah. Very good. I like this volatility buildup. It's very, very good. Gen 7s. How much are 155s? 65s. Oh, that's too greedy, right? I wonder if that'll fill. No. FTXD has the highest rate of GME, but IGH and VTI have the largest share count. Okay, so IGH and VTI then. Although does FTXD have options though? Turd? I don't think it does, right? Oh, it does. Interesting. Tomorrow, I believe, Iron Archer. Why didn't European markets trade today? Didn't they? Wasn't Frankfurt open? Can I screenshot your face and post it on the super sub since everyone else is doing it? I don't care. Bank holiday in the UK. That makes sense. Please don't warden us. What do you mean? Price went down after halt? What halt? It wasn't an actual halt, Stefan. And the price went up after the halt. What is another 3-minute halt? No. There was volume traded on both of these. I'm just shorting the breakout. What's your expectations for LRC if they announce a partnership with GameStop? It breaks and stays above $3. Just jacking back in. Were we halted today? Not officially. Betty White was a role model of mine. Yes. Hmm. Got a timestamp or two I can check out? I posted the time and sales on Reddit, Bob. We went like more than 5 minutes without a single printed order because they were trying to avoid jumping the bid ask, or well, jumping the ask. I mean, what mean? I explained it. Rewind. Rewind to when I was talking about it at like 2:02 p.m. Selling cover calls on GME. Any tips? Your thoughts? I think it's super fucking risky and a bad idea. The IV's high, and I understand the incentive, but you could very easily get called away and then provide market makers with the liquidity and short hedge funds with the liquidity they so desire. They have the most shares, Darb. They're not the highest weighted. FTXD is the highest weight. Is it legal to halt trading waiting for a price like that? I mean, they didn't really halt trading. Can they internalize orders during that period? Yeah. They're the DMM. What if you use that CC premium to buy closer dated calls? Wait, what? So you're selling like long dated covered calls to buy nearer dated. Are you, I mean, if your strike is lower, then you're just hedging the covered call. This is the punishment for using the word halt. The referee didn't call a timeout. The players just stopped playing, essentially. No, not number of shares. Well, both. But weight is probably more important for price improvement. AMD 165 versus 155. Do you like the higher strike because for the same money you get 8 points more IV and 4 times their contracts? I already have 10 Jan 21 150s windmill, but I was thinking about picking up like an IV play at the 165 price point. And yes, for those similar reasons. Even Uncle Bruce is cautioning people from selling cover calls on GME right now. I couldn't think of a worse time to do it. Although I've never really felt like there was a good time to sell cover calls on GME. I feel like puts are far safer. If you're gonna sell call or sell contracts. Because then worst case scenario, you just buy more GameStop. Cat finally going in the right direction again. Yay. It just refuses to hit like that 205 price point where I'm willing to just close my current contracts, but it also refuses to break 210 where I'd also be willing to close my contracts. And it's extremely frustrating. Like I'll sell these at a downside test of 205 or an upside test of 210, but it just keeps going like this. It's very annoying. Just burning my theta and laughing at me. Visridge, what's up, man? Thank you. Yeah, FTXD I think is the highest weight. So the largest percentage of the fund, or GameStop is a larger percentage of that fund than it is of the ones that have more shares of GameStop. Yeah, I think this might be Cat's new channel for the next 3 months. But you'd lose money if it's below your average price. I'm new with options and CCs. What do you mean? Would lose money if it was below my average price? If I sell a CSP? I mean, yeah, but I've collected premiums. Don't forget the premiums. It was a bulldozer joke. If anybody can dig their own trench, it's Cat. It's not a funny joke, Windmill. I don't like it. Is there a way to hide my bank transaction history from my wife so she can't see me transferring money to my broker for calls when I told her I would no longer buy? Just tell her it's for porn. Tell her you've gotten really involved in an OnlyFans. What stream can I find where you speak about DRS? I feel like I have a few clips on my thoughts. I don't know which clips those are. They're probably titled things that have nothing to do with the actual content. What if I have a chance I could drop it by tomorrow at noon or something later if you'd rather? I just don't have time for a ride home. Or do you want to do to me and see you soon? What? Jimmy hit 1950 12 months ago. Perspective people. Yeah. 5 Feb 250s or 3 Feb 200s. Thoughts? I have a couple already and I wanted to add to them. I mean, one reduces your risk, one increases your risk, but also increases your leverage. So you have to choose between leverage and risk. Having a spread is beneficial at reducing risk if you don't realize your expected upside, right? I'm using CCs to get out of AMC. Smart. No offense, I don't think you understand how this wife thing works. Listen, if you can't tell your wife that you are supporting an OnlyFans and she isn't going to support that decision, then you need to find a new partner. She should trust you. If you were to play IV and Vega, which strike expiry would you choose? Probably like Jan 23 950s. What are your thoughts on joint bank accounts for married couples? I don't think you should muddle your finances with anybody. Fortunately for me and my Philadelphia husband, I can always trust Dan. Okay. Now I'm convinced you just live by yourself, Dan Almighty. I feel like your best rants, input clips, are from questions that you have a lot you want to say about. I don't know. It just comes up, right? It's the natural progression of the stream that makes it so enjoyable to watch because we never know where it's going next. She shouldn't trust you as you actively lie about expense. Checks out. Exactly. But then, what kind of relationship are you sustaining at that point? Although, I guess if I had a rich wife, I'd have different views on that. I would definitely want a joint bank account. Like, if I was a stay at home boyfriend, joint bank accounts all day. There's more reason to not be married. I feel like that'd be promoting degeneracy, Dilly Dillerson. Stay at home girlfriend. I feel like you have a full time job, Zakir's wife. And now a puppy. So you have 4 children. Speaking of degeneracy, AMD 155 is printing. Nice. Yep, Tesla way up. 3 kids, 3 dogs? Jesus Christ. You're like Matt Damon in that Zoo movie. Can you explain this staircase down? Done covering the majority of FTDs for the day. Of all the people I want to see get filthy rich off this secure, you're number one. Just so you can hire a fucking babysitter full time. And you and your wife can have yacht parties. Billionaire stream for the peasants? I did that like for Christmas. Clearly, I'm number 2. Hypothetically, if everyone at Fidelity were to set a high sell limit through IEX, would Fidelity still be able to loan any shares? Sure. Because a bunch of people have margin accounts in Fidelity and they don't give a shit about your share lending. Some people just bought GameStop and are just holding it. And they don't watch the stock. They don't participate. They just own some. They don't go on Reddit every day. Also play with AMD. They have a big like thing they're doing at CES supposedly. Nobody does that, Garrick. Nobody. Okay. I lost all love and emotion thanks to this channel and your marriage advice. You're finally ready for MOASS. AMD launching smart chairs. I'll buy one. Where can I find your stream where you speak about DDS? Stream? Oh, the members stream? That was yesterday. What does the U pattern mean? It's actually bullish. It's an ascending scallop. Not scallop. Scallop. Don't you ooh-woo me. Any observations or comments on today's action on DDS? I mean, at one point it was up like $25 on... Jesus Christ, what, like 100,000 volume? Yeah. I think that's all I need to say, actually. What do you think about Fibonacci retracement as a technical indicator? I don't like fibs. I find them to be unreliable. Probably largely because of the stocks I choose to play. The sell to cover strategy. No, an IV spike does not matter. Only the intrinsic value does. If you're using an exercise and sell to cover strategy, Garrison. The IV spike only benefits the 2-for-1 option or the sell and buy option. I mean, you say we've retraced 50%, and I say just found our floor. Well, this stock is definitely never going to go up unless you buy a bunch of draw a bunch of triangles. False. Philosophical dilemma. Will you stream in earnings during MOASS? No. Dear God, George Reed. Why would you say these things? Cash or margin account for GME call options on WeBull? Any advantage to cash? Yeah, they don't sell your calls if we run super hard. But this is the cash account. All of my cash accounts all of my accounts are cash besides my Schwab and my Tastyworks accounts. I think my Schwab account is margin. I'm not sure. But I don't have any GameStop in there. Or if I do, I'm not utilizing any margin, so I don't care about it. I don't think I have GameStop in there. Do I? No. I'm way cooler than Secure. I guarantee that. I know. I've seen the truck videos. Tastyworks will sell your call if it runs. If it's margined, they can. Doesn't mean they will. The hour is among us? Is it? Huh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
It's fucking power hour. It's supposed to be hype. I'm sorry if anybody was deafened. No one knows where the rocket comes from. Contrary to popular belief, the Earth is round, and so rockets don't just go straight up. It's more of like a curved flight path. Earth not flat. It's an obloid spheroid or something. Oblate. Oblate spheroid. So it's kind of shaped like... not flat. Not a triangle. Just say egg. Shut up. If you just simply sell your options and buy in to keep the IV profits, does that have the same effect as exercising? Why or why not? No, but only in the interest of a short squeeze, and because they can create you synthetic shares when you place an order at market through their bona fide market making process. So the liquidity for a bought share is different than the liquidity for an exercised share. We live in an egg. What if it hatches? Well, then we'd be fucked, right? From a technical perspective, what do I think of CMPS? Compass pathways. Volumes, not the best. Interesting. That seems to have some correlation with GameStop. Or at least the same, similar ETFs or FTD schedules. FTD. Similar FTDs. I'm guessing due to its market cap, it's like a mid cap, maybe. Not really. Your voice is too quiet, Farmer Jed. So much earth FUD in here. Shills. Would it make sense to buy deep in the money short-term calls? Sure, if you can afford them, but most people can't. I've heard of CMPS before, but I don't really know. CMSQY? Fuck off, Dan for hire. Is there a way to make an ETF for flat earthers? Probably. Just only ground-based technology and dome companies. Tesla dead? No, why do you keep asking me this? It's obviously just ripping to the stratosphere, Victor. Does that look dead to you? Like, volume's going up. You answer me, Victor. You answer me and you tell me what you thought this was. Well, look, Wall Street Bets is getting powder for GME from their favorite dead electrical car stock. I'm from Australia. My screen is flipped. Sorry. Please take a look at Intel CES hype. Seeking Alpha published 2 bear articles today. Bullish. I'm not bullish on Intel. They have too much of a bridge to overcome at this point. I think like at least a year. Do I think it'll beat AMD's announcements? Probably not. Will they lie and try really hard? Most likely. My sub renewed, and now my cat has to eat dry food. She's rather scorned over this. Just buy like a can of beef gravy. Mix it into the dry food. Boom. Wet food. Or chicken broth. But low sodium or no sodium. AMD partnering with GME on the NFT marketplace? That'd be dope. You know what I love about Elon is he does things like Tesla's going to sell 700,000 cars this year. "12 months later, we sold 900,000 cars." But it's like he's beating the figure that he made up in the beginning. And before this took place, some guy was probably like, we're going to make 900,000 cars this year. Clip this, you're exposing the entire market. I'm sorry, but beating metrics that you made up yourself is not success. It's just average. He is good at PR. He's a great front man. I don't know if he's a great CEO, but he's a great front man. RC's promised nothing, so if he delivers anything, it'll be exceptional. You could sell into earnings when the IV spikes, suggestively, Ninja. I'm always bullish on AMD. I'm bullish on AMD all year. New RC tweet. GameStop will sell one game this year. According to Zach's, RC promised he would reveal his plans at the previous earnings. I guess they were wrong. It's here's what I don't get though. It's like I understand it's over promise, like under promise and over deliver, but like who the fuck is investing in a company that's primary job is manufacturing who don't know how many units they're going to make in a year? It's not like it's a surprise to Tesla that they made the number of cars they made. They're a they should know. That's their business, right? Like, you guys get what I'm saying here? I'd be a little worried that the manufacturing company I'm invested in doesn't know how many units they can create in a year. That it's a surprise to them. They're like, holy shit, look what happened, guys. 200 extra thousand cars. I don't know. I guess people were just working overtime, coming in on the weekends. Like, what the fuck? Found some extra parts in my couch cushion. Was Elon Musk sleeping on the warehouse floors for photo ops? Why is the open interest in every FTXD option contract 0 across the board for all dates? I have no idea. Yeah, sounds like he was sleeping on the job. Did Tesla employees back up the claim that Elon Musk never invented anything and paid for the intellectual property rights to the people that created Tesla? I wonder if they're also confirming that. Oh yeah, they have. Thanks, Elon. What? I've always hated Tesla. I made a lot of money off of it. I still hate it. Why love for a stock, AJ Patel? Do you love Tesla? Do you love the corporate entity that is Tesla? Do you have emotions towards it? Good stream, good content. What about their cars though? Would you buy one? Absolutely not. Unreliable. They have like some of the worst reliability ratings. I love Tesla. It's funding my GME calls. That's about the only thing to love. When's the soonest you think we could hit 200? Jan 12th, 10th, 10th through 12th. I have 3 Land Rovers and they're awesome, but they're unreliable. In the past, you're mostly long or short Tesla. Long. And both. I just traded Tesla a lot, I guess. But I would say the majority of my profitable positions on Tesla were long. Three very reliable Land Rovers. Look at you, just beating the odds. Unreliable is just something poor people say. I mean, rich people care about reliability too, right? If time is money and you're spending your time dicking around at the Tesla dealership instead of doing important things, then that reliability has adversely affected you, regardless of the amount of wealth you have. What do you think of the Cybertruck in regards to aesthetics? I think it looks dumb. I think it's a dumb looking truck. Like a lifted DeLorean. Yeah, none of you guys have that much money. Otherwise, you wouldn't be hanging out in here all day owning GameStop. Can someone film? Yeah, the stock just didn't trade for 5 minutes, Nina. That's it. I'm gonna go watch Matt Kors. Tell me how many puts he has on Tesla. I don't own GME. Still like the channel. That's fair. Well, thank you, US dollar hedge. How come on your trading view page you left out last gen's price action to compare to current price action? I didn't. My trading view page. You mean on the one Carl posted? I don't know. I guess he didn't copy it over. You can just do it. It's on the side. Do it yourself. When was DFV out? Dilly Dano? Stop spreading DFV FUD. He didn't have an exit strategy. Matt Kors is currently losing money on Roblox. He got baited. He got Pelosi'd. I used to have a 4.0 Jeep. That fucking engine runs long after the car is shaking all of its body panels off. Yeah, I don't think the volume will be nearly as significant as last year, Hacksaw. But we don't care, right? Because we have the illiquidity. Is clove in the baskets? I don't know. I just try to ignore that company's existence. More or less FTDs tomorrow compared to today? I'm trying to remember. I'm not sure. Let me just look. Today was the 26th. What's the fucking volume? Less? I think less tomorrow. Yeah, the price trading within a very narrow range, Hacksaw. What happens when Wall Street Bets sells off their Tesla calls? Price will probably go down a little bit. I already bought the 150s. I'm thinking about buying 165s, but I'll probably buy them tomorrow. Raw bar. About his 13F increasing position? Was asking about that? What? Oh, I think people were just joking. That whole like Roaring Kitty LLC thing, I think that was just a joke. 201,000 less FTDs expected tomorrow. Still over 2 million though. Okay, cool. Thanks, Bob. Are you and Turd gonna ship me that update? Did Turd give you the? I gave Turd all the expirations, but did you guys get it all matched up now? No, tomorrow from, it's not 35 days ago, but the FTDs for tomorrow are fairly low. Working on it? Oh, okay. If Bob Smith is right, should calls be cheaper today than tomorrow? I mean, maybe. They're cheaper right now. I mean, right now we're pretty low. Yeah, you could just, if you want, just DM me screenshots, Bob. No, I didn't watch the new Matrix. Was it bad? I assume it was bad. He must be stopped. What are the most attractively priced Feb calls you see in the GME options chain? Why would I tell you? $200s are a very nice price, especially from this morning. 185s are pretty sweet. 160s are a bit overpriced. $190s are pretty nice. I actually kind of like the price on 290s right now as well. 290, 300. $10,000 difference for $50. $42. The 290s are kind of nice too. We did an options pool to see how much leverage we're holding. We did before. How are they borrowing shares and the rate is going down at the same time? They're also returning shares. You don't have visibility over the entire lending pool. We can only see IBKR and Fidelity. And I think Wealth Simple we could look at also. That might be different. This downtrend is fine. We're up $4 today. It's still a net positive day, right? if there's info you're looking for or something else. Sure. How are you guys doing this? You know there's no fail till T+3, right? And if it's creation, it should automatically be marked long. How are you figuring out the numbers? I'll talk to you guys about it later. What rule regulation made Furlong mention DRS? It's a good question. I don't know. I would say if you have a significant portion of the float closely held, which DRS positions would be considered, then it might be a requirement to announce it. I don't know. It doesn't happen very often. I'm sure a securities lawyer could find something. But the float information is reported by DRS, and so, or by computer share. So if they if they include it, then it would just be included, right? It's not that Ortex is untrustworthy. It's just that the way they aggregate data can be misleading sometimes. Okay, Bob. I mean, I'm waiting till the 5th to buy more. Some general fiduciary responsibility. It could be, yeah. I mean, you have to let future investors know. You definitely have to let future investors know that a portion of the float is being held closely, especially if it's that large of a portion. And that was what, like 8% of the free float? That's pretty significant. Why is FTD the new normal? Because it is. Because it's accepted. I didn't accept it. It's not like I'm okay with it, but it's just, that's how the system works. T+3+6, then C35 till forced buy-ins. Bonafide market making GME FTDs T+3, C35, T+2, C35. Super serial for bonafide market making. Yes, and ETF creation T+. You can just do T+9 plus 35C. So they always tank it on Fridays because XRT begins the thresholding process on the 6th. What do you want to know, Moon? What's a suitable replacement milk for cereal? Milk. Get off your ass. Get off your fucking chair that you stole from me. Go to the grocery store and buy some milk. Order it on DoorDash. How can they cover FTDs and GME today if the volume basically saw no improvement from recent days? What what do you think the recent day's volume was from? Why do you think the stock gets traded at all? All of the trading that occurs on GameStop essentially is netting for FTDs and hedging for options. It's not like retail's buying millions of shares a day, or even hundreds of thousands of shares a day. You can FTD your taxes for a period of time. You have to file extensions. Every answer makes me feel hated. It's not, how's it hated? You just said you were going to pour Hawaiian punch on your cereal. If I hated you, I would tell you to do that. Not that I don't hate you, but he does. He gets very pissy when people ignore him. It's funny. How long do you think the sideways movements are going to continue? We're up. We're up $4 today. At one point, we were up more than that. I wouldn't exactly call it sideways, but yeah, the volatility should pick up more and more. Milkwen. I think we should start calling him Milkwen. Previously, in regards to DRS, you said we could see the impact at 10 to 15% of the float being registered. Is it reasonable to say that we're probably at 10% with no demonstrable impact? Yeah. Is there a way the Evergrande somehow impacts GME, or is that all ignorable? I mean, for the most part. People are just like clutching at it as like a market crash mechanic, but these guys are visibly short just about everything in the market. So I don't think a market crash is ideal. I mean, it's ideal for their margin, but probably not for our position. It's Pickle Man, and he said, fuck it. Mom fail. I'm sorry, Zakira's wife, that you put me on the frozen karaoke machine. But can it happen? Is it a possibility? What? That a market crash catalyzes MOASS? Sure. It's just not it's not ideal. Market crashes are bad, okay? Well, especially when you're bullish on a stock. Would you consider buying shares of DDS and then DRSing them for the lulz? I don't need to. DRS's float is already like 70% registered. What can they do to prevent Jan options calls? I don't know. I'm not buying January options calls. Metzler? I really don't know how I feel about that guy. Are people trusting him now? Are they buying his cryptocurrency? Not Jan calls, but long options expiring in January. We'll see. We need price improvement before then. We'll see if the FTDs are sufficient enough to realize that price improvement. Would MOASS really in and of itself cause a whole market crash? I mean, the potential is there. Maybe a correction. I mean, the same price action last year caused some instability in the markets and volatility. So I don't see why that wouldn't happen again. It's a contagion, especially with daily ETF rebalances, right? Like if GameStop ran to $1,000, you know, there'd be ETFs rebalancing it end of day at a much, much higher weight than it currently is, right? Are the ETF FTDs doing the 3rd and 7th Feb significantly? Is there potential where the market remains afloat, but volatile, slight correction? We look at share prices over $1 million. Sounds unlikely. I mean, yeah, if we're hitting millions of dollars, you're going to see some severe instability in the market. Will we see a frosted tip perm in 2022? No. They can do after hours orders. They can do on close orders. I think it just depends on how each ETF manages it. Quick name. ETF FTDs due on 3rd and 7th significant and similar to quarterly run-ups that we've seen in the past. They are related to that. The Feb 3rd and 8th, not Feb 3rd and 7th, are the fails from the futures contracts, which are used heavily in the balancing of those ETFs. Something smells like chicken. That's fucking weird. What do you imagine the highest price will become before they shut it down or do whatever they have to? No idea. Purely looking at the technicals. I don't care what the price hits. If it hits $1 million, then I'll sell shares at $1 million. If it hits 10 million, I'll sell some shares at 10 million. Yeah, no problem, Little Orphan Danny. Do you still believe that the squeeze dominoes are falling in our favor? It looks that way. There's still a lot of room for error between now and then. Only time will tell because we don't have the data to support any further than we have. Was the Discord created pre-streaming or post-streaming? Fuck, I don't remember. Pre, I think? Was the Discord before I started streaming? Does anybody remember? I definitely played the Power Hour song. I almost blew out everyone's eardrums. Post? Oh, okay. It was after I started. I remember someone asking me for it, but I can't remember if it was from Reddit or from YouTube. Is there a version 2 of your exit DD in the works with some extra bonus director's cut material? No. Nice try, Stefan. I feel like Stefan's always trying to get me to do more work and give him more information than I want to. Stop it, Stefan. Don't give me a sad face. You're always like, do you want to write a DD on this? Fuck no. Also, the exit DD is more than sufficient, and I'm sure you would agree, for a beginner to exit a position, which was what it was designed to do. If you have more expertise than that, then you should be able to exit it more favorably. You read a DD for marriage? Yeah, don't. I'm okay selling 100 shares of stock X at a certain price. Would I be better off selling a far-dated cover call to also keep the premiums? Any downside? Thanks, appreciate your insight. No, that's what you do. That's how you make money generally on a stock where you expect growth and not and they don't have a dividend. So that's how you would collect premium off your ownership. Is the market volatility in the wider market more to do with the total dollar traded, not necessarily the top price? So 50 million shares at 10K would cause more issue than one share at 50 million. Yes, but you also have to remember that, like, if shorts are covering, they're selling out of positions. So you're getting volatility in a lot of different directions. You have ETFs, loading up on more GameStop as its market cap increases. You have short positions covering and selling out of their core positions. This is all going to create a lot of volatility all around the market. I'll write the scallop DD. All right. Or is it scallop? Which one? The only exit strategy I know is sell on the way down after 49 million. Okay, nobody's buying shares on the way down. If the stock is dropping like off a cliff, that means the short squeeze is over. Not that, people are still buying your shit. If you hit 50 million and it drops 20%, there's probably not a lot of buyers left. Do you have another DD you're planning on releasing? Not currently. No. I was having you on. I see that. Taking the piss. Goldman Sachs intern. I don't know if the ETF flow thing is going to be so much of a DD as it's just when are we going to make the most money? I already wrote that DD, stop tracking. I think, yes, a short squeeze will peak and then likely continue to run up. And then it will consolidate down as less and less needs to be covered, and they can, you know, get lower and lower prices. And then it will fall off, like all short squeezes do. And when this happens, you better hope you don't have that much left. And with a proper exit strategy, you should be exiting all across this curve, netting a very nice average. Clip? It's just you asking for the clips, Stefan. BlackRock only has 5 million shares. I mean, we have OPEC settlement in late Feb. I don't care, old school Steve-O. It could just be a picture of a scallop and a picture of a scallop. Why would we track with VW? It's a totally different stock. What the fuck? This VW squeezing again. Skloops. How do you expect the weekend of MOASS to play out? I don't care. I have had a raw scallop. Sashimi. It's gross. I don't like slimy foods. I don't like oysters either. It's just like drinking a booger. Why are you listing the monocosts for this? I'm allergic to mango, so if MOASS kicks off Thursday, Feb 3rd, will there be a members only stream on Feb 6th, or we talk about food instead of GME? No. You'll find a way to disable you using mangoes. If you make a sushi taco, is that still a sandwich? No, it's toast. No, I want good food. I'm tired of being stuck in the house. I'm sorry, C. Dan Queen. What are your thoughts on the DDS call you have? I have 11 DDS calls. Are you waiting for a squeeze? Pretty much. Do you think getting puts is a smart idea? Once the next cycle goes and we only hit around 200. I mean, I'd hope we'd hit a lot higher than that, Matthew Lombardi. I don't particularly like playing the downside on GameStop. Ding ding, by the way. So not bad. Up a solid 3%, $4.45 on the day. Can't complain, right? Yeah, positive day. We're up, obviously the latter half of the day once the covering was see, they're covering a chunk here, right? Like 60% of the FTDs, and then they can net off the rest while dropping the price. And this is, carefully controlled, obviously, as we saw back here around 2 o'clock, where just no trades went through until they could prevent the bid ask from being jumped. But the other 40% of FTDs are still covered during this downtrend. But what that does is it stabilizes the downtrend, right? If they were just straight up done covering FTDs, we just go right back down. But they're not. FTDs are only going to continue to pick up into the rest of January. So more and more, and then more and more, and then some overlapping others, and it will get fun and more exciting. I think other big institutions are catching on. It looks like just about every prime lender has shed their hedge or their short positions on GameStop and are now net long or just full bull. So I can't think of a better signal that something's coming. Say full bull again. All right, I'll clip the last bit. Just for Stefan. Bob Smith has made me more turgid than any other Bob Smith ever has. Nice. I love you, Girk, even though you hate me. I don't hate you, but you stole my chair, and you're also kind of a bastard. These aren't traits that I dislike in people, necessarily. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Good night. AMD Jan 2023 200 right before close. I like it. Bullish. Rico! Not an advisor. Frigulon.